Halo, halo, tes, 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 room 2, tes, halo, tes, room 2, halo, tes. Ini udah full ya, ini aja ya, yang poster sama oral, yang udah kirim PDF-nya, yang di sini aja, yang di dalam ini, aku download dulu ya.
Pesertanya belum masuk nih.
Belum, ntar lagi, kita download dulu bahan-bahan mereka.
Briefing dulu ya. Kecil kali suara Haikal ya.
Ya.
Kalau suaranya kecil kali Kal.
Halo, halo, dengar? Kalau sebesar ini dengar nggak nih? Halo. Tes.
Ini mendengar.
Tes, dengar? Oke. Halo, tes, halo. Dengar ya?
Ratna ada kakak kirim ya poster, tinggal poster satu lagi ya punya kamar ya.
Udah. Ya, Ratna co-host ya? Oh ya, Ratna co-host. Boleh Kak, Ratna terima terus. Ini aku mic off ya. Cek sound, cek. Cek sound, cek. Sound, cek.
Cek.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise to Almighty Allah and our Messenger Muhammad SAW to guide us to the brightest of the knowledge. It is honorable for us that all of you have been participant in this conference, international conference, the third international conference on fisheries, aquatic, and environmental science 2021. First of all, we would like to congratulate for all of you that submit your abstract and have been accepted to be published together within this conference. So to accomplish this publication, it is a procedure that the participant need to present their work. So then we can have discussion about the material that you present as one of enhancements from the reviewer later on. So the presenter that we have today, we have a total of, let me see the schedule. We have a total of 13 oral presenter. Then it will be followed by a poster session after the break. We have a poster session. We have 6 presenter in the poster session. So it is, I will let you know that it is based on the schedule. So everyone is expected to be in the room to present their presentation exactly on their scheduled time. So please make sure that if you are interested in other topics in the other room based on your preferred schedule, you can attend those talks. Then just make sure that you are here before your time to present. That is also available, or you can just sit in this room to follow all of the session, all the presenter that we have in this room. So for the oral presenter, the rule is we have about 20 minutes allocation for presenter, but we will take those like 3 minutes for Q&A. So eventually you only have about 17 minutes to present. So 3 minutes we have for discussion. Then after that, we will continue to the other presenter to present. I'm pretty sure that everyone can share their screen when their time to present. However, we have already received some of the presenter material. So if you have some difficulties, we can help you to show or to share screen your presentation materials. I think it's very clear for the rule to present. I see now we have with us today Dr. Muhammad Fazil Muhammad Akhir. Hello.
Ya, hai. Assalamualaikum.
Dr. Fazil. Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Fazil. Thank you very much for your time that you are available to attend this meeting and then being our invited speaker. Before you start your presentation, I would like to introduce to everyone a little bit, about Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil Muhammad Akhir. Okay, his education background, he's a graduate PhD from the Physical Oceanography Department, University of Western Australia in 2010. And his expertise is about the physical oceanography. So it's related to the coastal current circulation, upwelling system, water mass characteristic, and wave dynamics. He being appointed in a lot of numerous leading project, as well as some of the leading organizations, such as project leader for Malaysia-China collaboration on ocean forecasting system of South China Sea, as a principal researcher for Malaysia Coastal Observation Network at UMT, project leader of IOC Westpac projects on upwelling studies and ocean data integration. He's also as a scientific members of CIEGO's program from IOC or Westpac on ocean forecasting system. I saw from your curriculum vitae that you sent to us, there's a lot of publication that already being put in here. So I'm pretty sure people that working in the fields, physical oceanography, ocean currents, upwelling system, they already known a lot of your publication. However, the latest I can announce the 3 latest publication from your list, a long list of publication here. So we have one of the title is Dynamic and Seasonality of the Lewin Current and the surrounding counter current system in the region source of Western Australia. This just published last year in Journal of Marine Science and Engineering. It's a very high ranked journal in the fields. And a lot of other international, high impact international on the list. So I just keep up this this list for them all. So we are on time now for our first presenter. We would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Fazil Muhammad Akhir to share his latest presentation about his work. Please share screen. Yeah, we have your share screen very clearly. So about 17 or 18 minutes presentation time. Dr. Muhammad Fazil.
I try my best.
Yeah, we will cooperate together about the time. Okay.
Yes,
yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. It's always a blessed to be working with counterpart from our neighboring country, Indonesia. So thank you very much for the invitation. I believe that since this morning you listened to lots of I think research and information that you gathered for. I think this is quite unique. I mean, fisheries, aquatic, environmental science is very unique for our environment, for our, I think the best term to call it Nusantara, a combination of Malaysia, Indonesia, and our neighboring countries, because we are rich with sea waters. Our surrounding is what we call as a maritime continent. So what I would like to share with you today is a coastal upwelling scientific program and regional partnership in South China Sea. So there is 2 major things that I would like to share, which is one is some of the progress in scientific works that we've been doing for upwelling research in the region. But the best part would be a regional partnership where we develop a good partnership and collaboration within the region among Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, China, Japan, and even as far as Australia. So this group is actually trying to give the best outcome from research for which also try our best to give what we call as a transfer knowledge so that capacity building, so which allow early ocean scientists, early career scientists to get lots of information, especially in the aspect of upwelling. So before I go much further, it is very important for me to explain what upwelling is, because if you are from the field of fisheries or marine science, it is a sin if you didn't know what upwelling is. But of course, I believe that some of you are not from the marine science background or oceanography. So upwelling system is a natural processes or dynamics in the ocean where you have subsurface water, high in terms of productivity and nutrients, being pushed up to the surface and create a high productivity areas, where these high productivity areas is become an attraction to lots of fishes. So high area with high lots of fishes usually comes from upwelling area. Upwelling can be a large scale upwelling processes, or it can be a small scale localized upwelling processes. So in our region, there is a lots of upwelling processes that we don't actually understand in depth. So although we are very much I think depend on this upwelling system for our fisheries resources, for our food resources from the marine environment, but we don't actually know them that well. So understanding this system is actually quite vital and important for us, especially in this kind of I think environment with lots of challenges like climate change. All right, so let me go to give you some outline. So I'm going to explain a little bit about upwelling needs for the future. So why we need to understand upwelling now more than before. So there is a needs in the future involving new initiative at global level, climate change challenges, and so on. Why upwelling? I'll explain that. Of course, some current progress in some of our work in the region, which you'll be amazed, not because of the work, but what we found so far. There's lots of dynamics. It is not as simple as what I explained earlier, but there's lots of types of dynamics that involve every country, every region that produce upwelling has their own characteristics of upwellings, which is interesting to understand. Upwelling group, IOC Westpac, I'll explain a little bit what the group is doing and how this group is helping our scientific community, and how, if you are interested, you can join this group, being part of the initiative to help understand upwelling in a much better way. And of course, in the end, how this initiative can really help people, and also helping science to connect with people and policymakers. Please look at on the left, you can see there's this actually a report being published by IOC Westpac. IOC Westpac is under UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission, where if you're familiar, 2021 is a very special year for marine scientists, because this is the year where we going to start what they call it as United Nations Decade of Ocean Science. Within next 10 years, we are going to have lots of initiative, projects, programs that are very dedicated to oceans in a much better and strategic ways. So that's what we are doing. And in fact, what I'm presenting today is part of the work that we try to fulfill I think that the needs of these initiatives in ocean decades. All right, I just want to give you one point. There is one report from the IOC, what they call as GOSR, Global Ocean Scientific Reports. It is freely available in the websites. So what this report provide is they provide an information about how ocean research is being conducted, and they provide you with lots of data and information, how what's the limitation, what's the problem that we are facing. As it's not about the research, but how the condition of the research communities in ocean science. But I would like to give you one specific point, which is the first point that they highlighted in those reports, which is very vital and very important for us to understand very well what's going on with marine science. If I can conclude the first point, ocean science funding is largely inadequate, undermining the ability of the ocean science to support sustainable provision of ocean ecosystem services to humanity. So we need to believe that really this is what actually happening. Ocean science funding is very inadequate. So I'll show you this diagram and this figure. The first thing that comes to your mind, you might be telling me that, you know, what kind of atlas this is. So there must be something wrong. So why somehow Indonesia is very small in that map, right? So there's not even an African country in those maps. So this map is actually the area of each country, scale and resize according to number of ocean science publication. The reason that they use publication as an indicator of telling you that how much research in ocean science being conducted in that particular country, try to scale that up and try to make comparison. The reason they're doing this is to understand that this is the limitation that we have now. So most of this research being conducted in Europe, in the Western countries, in US and in China. So look at other countries. We are mostly distorted because we are Not that we are not capable of doing those research, but the money that's come in that allow us to do research and provide funding and do good research and produce good publication, we just don't have that enough money to do that. I think this is the huge challenges that we're going to face for the next 10 years. So this is why you can see there's lots of funding coming in from our European counterpart or US or China, try to support countries like us in the tropical region, because our funding is not as much as them in the area of marine science. So this is the reason I tell you these points, is because I wanted to give you a perspective of challenges that we are facing now as a country in this region, especially when you look at the upwelling works. So the biggest motivation is actually because of the lack of understanding. So that's basically why we initiate this work on partnership in coastal upwelling, because we simply don't understand much about our area. I think, to be honest with you, I've been working with some of Indonesian counterparts. Indonesia is huge, and I believe that if we're really going to look into a localized area, we will find lots of upwelling sites that never been described before. So I think that's what is might be very interesting to explore. Of course, it is important because fisheries management, upwelling is all about productivities. Productivities is very much important tools to understand how we're going to manage our fisheries in a much better way. Ocean health obviously is very important as well, to show how productivity is doing now to compare to maybe the effect of pollution and so on. Same as ocean productivity and habitat degradation. So I'm just going to skip that familiar point. So what we have in South China Sea, this is the basic understanding of upwelling site in South China Sea. So we have a marginal sea in the South China Sea. Basically, you have like 1, 2, 3, or 5 upwelling sites. So this is in China, North China area, north of South China Sea. You have large upwelling sites along this Hong Kong region and Hainan Island, and then Vietnam is famous with upwellings. This is 2 most studied upwelling site in South China Sea. In fact, in Malaysia area, this is just recently being documented by our team in UMT, in INOS. So we, of course, some of people have mentioned about upwelling before, but nobody has ever published or really come up with a better explanation in the scientific terms. So we are the team that producing those studies. But what I'm going to tell you is this is just the quite a big scale that appear in our what we understand so far. But actually, when we build up the groups, we start to realize that there is a lots of other upwelling system at the adjacent sea, and like Sulu Sea, in the Java Sea area, or in slightly in Banda Sea, in Arafura Sea. So there's lots of seas around Indonesia that we figure out that there is a lot of potential upwelling sites, so that never been discovered before, or never been nobody explained in a scientific way. So this is one of our team member, Dr. John Kemp from Joshan Kemp from Australia. So he came up with this diagram, and actually he figured out that there is a lot of, if you look at in general satellite images, you can actually define lots of area with lots of potential upwelling sites. Java Sea being studied before. I think there's some publication, even some from my friends from Indonesia have published something from Java Sea. I've worked with Prof. I think Iskandar from Sriwijaya University. So he also come up with good publication on El Nino and how it affects upwellings. But this area is huge. I'm not sure this is Banda Sea or Arafura Sea. There's even in South Sulawesi, there's a huge potential upwelling sites that never been studied well before. Of course, you have Malaysia, Vietnam, and China. So this is some of the upwelling sites that is very interesting to be explored and never been really well understood before. So I just going to go very fast, giving you some of the interesting findings that we get from the group. So for instance, Philippines, there is, if you look at all of these islands, there's lots of area with potential outwelling sites that we never really understand much about it. Okay, in North South China Sea, most of these, our partner from South China Sea Ocean Institute came up with lots of study and try to figure out how the intensity is being actually dominated by topography instead of winds. You know, this is something new in our knowledge. And then one of our counterpart in China also showing there is one site which is not supposed to be upwelling, but upwelling happens on the other sides of Hainan Sea over here, just because of tides. It doesn't really happens because of wind. So this is also a new understanding of about outwelling. So that's what we gathered so far as a scientific team. But what I wanted to show you in the next 5 minutes is basically what we have done as a group to not only provide scientific knowledge, but providing more than that. So our big idea is actually to explore new sites, not only exploring those sites, but actually to gather those data through integrated data gathering platform, because we understand that because of the first point that I showed you earlier, we don't have much money. So without money, you cannot do lots of scientific works or doing scientific cruise or sampling. So what we do is basically we try to get as many data as we can from available data sets, from satellite images, global ocean database, try to give exposure on how to manage these data sets and get information of our weddings. And of course, try to disseminate our knowledge, not only for young scientists, but also try to engage with communities, to industry players, giving good information so that it can become a tool for fisheries department or fisheries industries managers. We started in 2015. We started some training with young scientists in 2017. We conducted so far two major workshops. We gathered, I think every time more than 20 scientists from the region. We get some brilliant scientists from Indonesia as well. That is, it's great to work with your counterpart. So the expected outcome, again, reflecting our big ideas, we try to contribute the regional understanding on outwelling, new sites, new discoveries in outwelling sites. So the reason to get new site is because once you understand that your area has outwelling, then you will treat differently in terms of scientific discoveries, scientific research, and also fisheries management. Otherwise, you don't actually know. It's like having money in your bank. All right. So if you don't actually know how much in your bank, and you don't actually know where's the sources coming from, so then basically you are in trouble. All right. So if you know that outwelling is there, you know what influenced the process. So actually you will know how climate change will influence those outwelling dynamics, or how El Nino will influence those dynamics, and how it will influence fisheries. All right. So the most important thing is we want to make sure that this output will be benefit to scientific communities and policymakers that can really come up with better tools to improve our management system. So some activities that we conducted so far, I think I just wanted to highlight our training course. Our training course is quite interesting because so far we managed to capture funding from OTGA, Ocean Teachers Global Academy, we are a regional training center for OTGA, which is part of IODE, International Oceanographic Data Exchange under UNESCO. So it's fully sponsored program. Last time I think we get like almost 20 students, 20 participants from all over the world, fully sponsored, coming to Malaysia for those training. We're going to conduct the second training next year in January, but of course this time around will be online training. So I will probably share with some of you, if you're interested, you can just go to our website and get some information about it. So this is our first workshop. I think we gathered about 23 people. There's a few, I think one Indonesian. Yeah, I think I've been working so long with one of my Indonesian counterparts for those workshop. Second workshop just happened early this year. So we either, although it's become an online event nowadays, but I think it is also it's a unique combination of participants from all over the world. Even we have some scientists from Russia as well that doing on this side of Pacific Ocean. So this is our training course that we conducted before. So it's a 5-day training, full training, understanding outwelling dynamics, how to use satellite data, a little bit of ocean modeling, hands-on, and world ocean database access, and also using how to use all those data sets and measure and observe, and also do some monitoring of outwelling sites. Of course, we try to align our program to the ocean decades to make sure that we fulfill not only our needs as a scientist, but also the needs of the nation and the needs of the global community. So I just wanted to be on time with my, I believe I have maybe 1 or 2 minutes more. All right, so I just end up with these challenges and opportunity. Just to tell you that,
minutes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, go ahead.
Just perfect. So there's a lot more can be explored. I mean, ocean never exhausts in terms of knowledge. So there is still always information that we need to explore, because some of this information are very vital to us in these challenging times. Data, of course, we understand that from my first point, that when we have less funding, you get less data. Less data means less understanding, but that's not the case anymore, I think, this time around. So we need to figure out ways of try to find ways to understand our data. So we have satellite images available freely. We have world ocean database available freely. Of course, it will not be complete, but at least it will provide us with lots of new insight of especially in this case, outwelling studies. Changing climate is obviously a challenge, not only a long-term climate change, but also inter-annual vulnerabilities such as ENSO. I believe that Indonesia, same as Malaysia, we face challenging outcome every time there's ENSO events coming in. So there's always new things to understand. I just give you one example. So one of our study, we figure out that there is ENSO effect on outwelling along the South China Sea in Malaysia region. We thought that will be a similar changes every time El Nino happens, but actually not. So we studied 3 El Nino season, 2010, 2016. So both El Nino season give totally opposite outcome from those research. So which means that even El Nino do not produce similar event every time. So even El Nino has different kind of variabilities, like Modoki or 3.4 and something like that. Various dynamic system. So there is lots of other unique characteristics that we need to understand, because outwelling doesn't happen as simple as ABC, as what we know before, but there is lots of influence that going to influence outwelling dynamics. So that's what make this study very interesting. So I just would like to invite all of you to our website. I'll copy this later on to the chat box. So maybe you can just go to our outwelling team research group website, so you get some of the information. So if you hopefully you get something there, or if you are interested to be part of the team, so just send us an email and we'll get back to you. So thank you very much again, organizer, for inviting me. I hope I'll give you enough information for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Fazil. Do we have any question from the participant before we continue on with the next invited speaker? I might have one. Dr. Muhammad Fazil. I shortly learned from your presentation that most of this upwelling system in the South China Sea are really close to the coastal region, while in the middle portion of the South China Sea seems like to be empty. Just like you said before, is it related to the bathymetry feature on the coastal region?
Yeah, it's okay. One thing is usually that's what make coastal upwelling very much different from what you call as EBUS, equatorial boundary current upwelling system, which is what you see in Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. So coastal upwelling is much I always term that as a regional upwelling or localized upwelling. So usually it happens very close to the coast. But uniquely, for instance, in Malaysia, usually in scientific term, we call it Southern South China Sea, but actually it's in the Sunda Shelf. Sunda Shelf is quite shallow. It's throughout the depth is about 60-70 meter depth. So you have upwelling, but not as high, as productive as upwelling in Vietnam or in Sabah area. So it mostly happens up to 50 to 60 nautical miles from the coast. So basically still within the boundary of the coastal region. Upwelling never happens in the marginal sea. It doesn't happen in the middle of the sea.
I think it's very clear for everyone. I would like to give an applause to Dr. Muhammad Fazil. Thank you very much for your time to present for the invited speaker for our meeting international conference today. And now it's time for us to continue with our second invited speaker. I think Dr. Muhammad Subhan Isha is already here. Hello, Dr. Subhan. Hello. Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Subhan. We are very happy to have you as one of our invited speakers in this session. So before Dr. Muhammad Subhan Ishaq start to present, I would like to shortly introduce Dr. Subhan. So Dr. Subhan is I think a graduate from the National University of Malaysia. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, National University Malaysia, and then a PhD from University of Utara Malaysia. Yeah, now Dr. Subhan is joining the Department of Supply Chain and Maritime Business at King Abdul Aziz University in Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I think now we're still in a very early morning, about 9 o'clock, is it, in Saudi Arabia?
It's now 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, I missed 1 hour. Okay. So, yeah, maybe without further ado, I would like to ask Dr. Subhan to start to share the screen.
How to share the screen here?
You have the share screen option on the bottom panel. You can see on the bottom panel, we
Okay,
have the share screen option. Yeah, you can choose share screen and then choose the presentation that you want to present.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, we can see it very clearly. So I would like to remind we have about 20 minutes of presentation from our invited speaker. Then we will try to follow with 2 minute or 3 minutes question and answer from the participant. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Subhan Ishaq to present his presentation. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'. First of all, thank you to chairpersons, Dr. Haikal, and invited speakers, and also presenters and all the participants of this great conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer for having this great event, okay, to share or to spread the experience, the knowledge, and also to gather all the scholars and also the peoples in this kind of topics. Okay, please let me to share with you some of my research, particularly with regard to maritime business strategy in Aceh. Okay, so as you can see, the title of today's presentations is Understanding Indonesian Maritime Business Strategies. So this is basically is not closely related to fisheries, but is something related to maritimes. We have marines, we have maritimes, and marine is something, you know, the science of the sea. In Arabic, they call it ulumul bihar. So which is the sign of the sea, starting from the life of the sea, and then the characteristic of the marine and so on. But for your information, we also have maritime, right? So my field is maritime. So it's related to human activities at the sea. So maybe fisheries is part, if you see the activities itself is part of the maritime activities, but when you see the catch, you know, the catch or the fish they are dealing with, this is the marine science. So maybe this topic is the only topics that not, you know, go deeply into the marine science. Okay, but let me share with you a moment of this research. Okay, we would like to see how the port stakeholder they perceive on the maritime business strategy. Okay. Okay, let me go to the next slide. Okay, I would like to present this study in the following sequence. First, the aboutness of these presentations or the study, and then I will go briefly on the introduction, why we embarked on this study. And then, of course, in any study on strategy, we need to do the SWOT analysis. And after that, we will show you the result of the strategies for the maritime business. And then we take the conclusion. Okay, the study is about the analyzing how, basically this is not the whole Indonesia regions. Okay, the study is only to cover the Aceh port or the Aceh maritime business. And of course, the participant in this study is the stakeholders, which is port stakeholders in Aceh. So how they perceive numerous strategies. So we want them to analyze a number of strategies so that we can understand how they develop themselves, how they choose the strategy, the best strategy based on their own understanding. So we studied numerous strategies for the maritime business. The analysis done using the analytic hierarchy process. This is one of the simple, when you have a quite number of alternative options to choose, and sometimes because we have so many options to choose, it can confuse. Okay, it can confuse the peoples which one is the best. Of course, in order to choose the best one, we need to set some criteria. Okay, so AHP can help. Okay, this is one of the simplest method, I think. Okay, AHP can help the multi-decision making by putting together the criteria and the alternative of the strategy that you want to choose. Okay, inshallah, later on we can discuss a bit more on HP. Okay, and then the introduction. Okay, as you know, because our conference today is located in Banda Aceh, so I just put the dot, the red dot here. This is exactly the location of the Aceh province, which is very strategic in the busiest maritime trade roads. As you know, the strait, this strait having or receiving closely to 100,000 ships every year. Okay, if you go, maybe Dr. Fazil can expose this information, because Malaysian governments, they put the traffic shipping traffic systems in port clanks, and they count every year how many ships passing through the strait. So based on the information we know, it's closely to 100,000 ships every year use the Strait of Malacca here, okay, to passing through from Indian Oceans to South China Sea, or we call it as westbound and eastbound maritime trade or maritime shipping. Okay, the position of Aceh is very strategic, as you can see, not only based on geographics, but also based on the maritimes or marine characteristics. I'm not going to describe in detail on the marine characteristics, maybe to take some of the points, maybe you can add from Dr. Haikal and Dr. Fazil. Okay, for shipping, the depths of the sea is very critical. Okay, whenever we do the navigations, so the captain or the master of the ships need always to maintain, okay, the so far the draft of the ships, okay, and also the protections of the sea, which is UKC, and the kill clearance, right? So in the case of the strait here, okay, to my best informations, okay, the depths of the shipping roads, okay, of course is very deep, but some of the locations is only 24.7 or 24.5 meters, which is, if you put and Malaysian governments, Indonesian government, and Singapore, mostly they agree to have UKC 3.5 meters. So meaning to say every single ship need to live at least 3.5 meters below the hull to make sure the protection of the coral or of the seabed to be safe, right? So taking UKC into account, so you can imagine 24 point somethings, okay, minus 3.5, so we get 19 or 18 something meters left for the draft of the ships. Of course, if you check the draft of the ship in today's times, 18, 19 meters is too big, still too big. But there are some group of ship cannot use this strait to pass through, which is the VLCC and ULCC, which is the tankers. So the tankers, they need to avoid using the straits for navigation. So still, when you consider these ones, as you can see, let me put here, okay, some of the arrow here. See, you see, this is the straits. This is the passage of the straits. So most of the ship size can use this path, okay? But the tankers, especially ULCC and VLCC, they need to avoid this one. They have to take another one, okay? This is another one for the tankers. Okay, looking into this position, still Aceh remains a strategic location either for the ships, small ship and medium size of ship, and also for the ultra large tankers. Okay, this is one of the introduction that I really want to highlight for these presentations. Okay, what happens? Okay, this is the marine sign, right? This is the marines, meaning the depth of the sea. Just now, Dr. Fazil mentions the upwelling activities, happenings, right? Still happenings, but I didn't see some of the graph showings in the straits. Okay, but I believe the upwelling activity is still happening, and this upwelling will reduce somehow the depths of the shipping, what you call UKC and draft. So in the future, this remains problems. Okay, it's remain problems. Okay, and then okay, I don't want to discuss more to marine science, but from the maritime perspective, okay, when we have position very close to the busiest maritime roads, shipping roads, so we are saying that our location is very strategic to capture the market. Okay, we are very close to the market, just like when you have the shops and your shop is located in front of the main road as opposed to the small road. So of course we say your shop is more strategic when your shop located facing the main road, where the main road you can see a lot of people going, right? Okay, passing through in front of shops every day. So it's easy for us to capture the market when we have a strategic location. Okay, now we go to the next slide. Okay, this is Aceh. As you know, Aceh is northern tip of the islands. Okay, as northern tip of the islands, we see the Aceh facing two seas, right? Two seas. One is the Strait Seas, and second one is Indian Ocean Seas. So as in the previous slide, we can see whether the east coast and the west coast of Aceh, both of the coastline is very potential for maritime business. Okay, is maritime business is very strategic for Aceh. Okay, now let's go to the SWOT analysis. Okay, SWOT analysis is the first of the activities need to be conducted when we want to try to do the planning for the future of any things, any human activities, right? Of course, we have what do you call these institutions, we have organizations, even for the ports or for companies in maritime business, they need to understand themselves before they decide which action is the best to take in the future. Okay, in this regard, okay, our title is to analyze the strategy that stakeholders, the Aceh Port stakeholders need to decide. So we need to understand what is the current position of the SWOT in Aceh. So I use 187 factors, okay, for the SWOT analysis only. And this is grouped into 11 components or 11 groups. And how we do the SWOT analysis? So basically we have only two factors. The two factors, one is internal factors, and the second one is the external factors. So all the positive value from the internal factors we see as the strength, right? The strength. And all the negative value of the internal factors, we call it as the weaknesses. So we have strength and weaknesses as the internal factors. As opposite to internal, we have external, which is anything positive coming from the external factors. We call it as opportunities. Okay, opportunities is a positive value. And any negative point, a value, we call it as a threat. So the threat coming from external. Okay, you can argue, for example, later on when I put some of the factors here, you can argue that it can be external or it can be internal. But the uniqueness of the marines, okay, especially in maritimes, okay, in marine, I believe we have the same, we share the same thing. So in maritimes is very is very unique when we consider the internal factors and the external factors. Maybe we can discuss later on when it comes to the factors itself. Okay, this is the 187 factors we use to see what are the strengths or what are the weaknesses and also the opportunities and the threat of maritime business in Aceh. Okay, the first one is the port and terminal things. Okay, we have 15 factors, and we test geographical positions. Okay, as you can see from the maps, this is the geographical positions. We have 10 factors, and then we have competencies and yes.
I'm sorry, the time is about 5. You have 5 minutes more.
Okay, so yeah. I speed up.
Yep.
Okay, so as you can see, this is all the factors we use. Okay, and then the result of this SWOT analysis. Okay, the result is like this. Okay, so basically this is the general SWOT analysis. As you can see, most of the Aceh stakeholders, they think the strongest, factors to develop Aceh Maritime's business is based on location. Okay, this is a location is the, as you can see the point here, the value they give, okay, is very different from the first factors to the second one. Okay, positive 20.1 is the highest in the strength position. Okay, and I just pick up some of this one because of time. Okay, and the biggest the strongest weaknesses, okay, the strongest weakness of the business, maritime business in Aceh is competencies and capabilities. So we have to accept this one, that the stakeholders still not sure, okay, still not sure that competencies and capabilities we have can help us in overcoming all the difficulties or in developing the maritime business in Aceh. Okay, and opportunities is okay because this is only one factor here, one components, and the biggest threat is competition, as you can see, and also the market penetration. So the stakeholder believe that the competitions, especially when we did the interview with the stakeholders, they afraid of the competition from Singapore, right? Okay, the Singapore is very strong position, and they have almost everything to be the strongest competitors to Aceh Maritime business, right? Okay, and this is the result of the SWOT analysis. Now I skip this one. This is the AHP process. So we have the criteria. We use 4 criteria, and to test 6 different strategies from resource-based strategy. This is all the established strategy in the business. So people can choose whether they want to base the strategy on resources or competencies or core competencies or market-based, opportunity-based, competition or competitive advantage, and collaboration or strategic alliance. Okay, so we use these ones, 6 strategies, and then, okay, this is the process using the metric and so on. And I think how long I have?
We only have 1 more minutes left.
Okay, so we go to the conclusions.
Yeah.
Before that, I want to say here, based on different criteria, of course, we have different options, right? For example, if you want to choose the strategy based on one criteria, it can give you different result when we change, or when you change the criteria for another strategy. Just like to give you a very simple example, when you get a job offer, let's say you apply for 10 jobs and you get reply positively from 5 companies, and you cannot choose easily because different companies offering you different characteristic of the offer, right? Maybe based on the salary, they have different offer from salary, and the location of the company, different locations, and benefit of the job also different. So when it comes to every criteria, you can have different different selection or different alternative you choose. Okay, the same thing when it comes to the strategy. Okay, when we test the criteria, different criteria will give different strategy for the stakeholders. So this is all the criteria here. Okay, I jump to the final ones. Okay, so we combine because we have 4 criteria, and then based on different result of these different criteria, and then we do some calculations. Okay, and then we come up with this final decision. Okay, final strategy. As you can see, okay, the first one, number 1 here. Okay, so the stakeholders still believe that they can do the things, they can do the business in maritime business because they have a good resources. So this is the conclusion. This is a very important conclusions. Our Chinese stakeholders believe that they have a very strong, a very good resources to develop in marine and maritime businesses. Okay, number 2 is competency. Okay, even though competency is weaknesses, right? When they do the SWOT, when we show you the SWOT analysis, competency is weaknesses, but they still believe competency is the good strategy as rank number 2. And surprisingly, opportunities is least, okay, the least importance to the stakeholders, and also the cooperation is what do you call this, least, the second least importance to the stakeholders. So that's it, I think. Because of times, if you have questions, I would like to welcome your question to discuss if you're interested in this topic, inshallah. And thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Subhan Ishaq, for a very nice presentation about how this opportunity of a maritime business, and especially in Aceh. Unfortunately, because of the time, we don't have enough time to have further question. However, if any participant have question, maybe from us, from the committee, we can collect them and then try to communicate between the participant and our invited speaker today. Dr. Subhan, we would like to give an applause to Dr. Subhan, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Subhan, please close your share screen. You can stop share screen. You choose. Okay. Before we go to the participant, we would like to take picture of our participant in the room. So please turn on your camera. Yeah, with our invited speaker. Do we still have Dr. Muhammad Fazil? Can you please turn on the camera? I think most of the people is already here. Okay, we will ask some of our secretariat to take picture. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Okay, first page, and then continue with the next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's good. Thank you once again for our invited speaker today, Dr. Muhammad Fazil, Muhammad Akhir, and Dr. Muhammad Subhan Ishaq, for your time and wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Subhan.
Thank you. So now we will continue with our participant. So for the participant, I would like to make a note that we will have some scoring for the participant. And later on, based on the reviewer or the committee, we will have announcement for the best oral presenter, as well as best poster presenter at the end or at the all closing ceremony in this conference. So based on the schedule, now we will have Nadia W. Rasdi, Ibu Nadia.
Assalamualaikum everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, Bu
here,
Nadia is here. Yeah. Okay. Before you start presentation, I would like to remind you only have 10 minutes of presentation. So
Okay.
everyone in
Okay.
this presentation, yeah, for the participant, we only have 10 minutes. Maybe if we have spare time about 1 or 2 minutes, we will have question and A from the other participant
Okay,
to
sure.
ask. Yeah. Within the
Okay.
presentation, we have some of our committee member to be as a reviewer. So some of the score will be cited, and later on we will decide on based on the reviewer announcement who will be the best poster and oral presenter in this conference. So for the whole conference, and not only in our room. So without further ado, about 10 minutes of presentation. Ibu Nadia,
Okay.
you want to share your screen now?
Yes, I will share my screen.
Okay,
Okay.
you can start to share your screen.
Okay. Okay. Wait, hold on.
We haven't seen. Yeah, we see it already. Yeah, you can go to
Can
the
you see
full.
my slides now?
Yeah, we see your site. Go to the other kind
Okay.
of slide view. This one is not good.
Okay, wait.
Ah, okay. This one is
All
okay.
right, wait, hold on.
Yeah, yeah. This one is good.
This one is okay?
Yeah, this one is okay.
This one is
Yeah.
okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So 10 minutes.
All right. Okay.
The floor is yours.
Okay, sure. Okay, thank you very much to the chairman, Dr. Haikal. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you everyone for attending today. My name is Dr. Nadia Wan Rasdi from University Malaysia Terengganu, the same university as Prof. Fazil as well as Prof. Mazlan. Okay, basically what I am going to today is on a review of impacts of climate change on plankton as live food with me as the speaker for today. Okay, for an introduction, we know that global warming is actually one of the major effect of the consequences from many interactions that give negative impacts to our environment. So it doesn't only affect our marine, but also freshwater ecosystem as well. It means that the global warming nowadays basically impacted the physiological processes and the food web structure of our aquatic ecosystem. So due to the effect of the global warming, basically it has jeopardized the marine food chain by altering the primary plankton, which actually become very important because the plankton production is one of the significant contributor in terms of providing food to the higher or tertiary secondary levels. So the knowledge of this primary productivity is very vital because when we have the fluctuation of plankton production is basically mainly correlated with the temperatures at the bottom of the marine food chain, and this will definitely make an unstable vertical mixing and stratification. So due to the shape of the zooplankton distribution, it actually make the life history parameters of our plankton affected, especially zooplankton. So the variation in plankton abundance, productivity, indirectly change the marine food web structure. So we have to understand that apart from only coral being affected or the fish distribution, the plankton as well have a significant impact when involved or directly related to the global warming effect. So why do I say that plankton is very, very important? It's because it serves as the primary basis of the aquatic food web. So it is the main source of the productivity in the aquatic habitats, the main source of food for most aquatic organisms, and the community itself is the crucial component to the aquatic food web, plays a major role worldwide because the plankton productivity, especially the population and the community, depends on the growth, mortality, as well as distribution. So a brief overview of zooplankton life history, physiology, and distribution when impacted by the climate change factors, especially the global warming situations, is that, okay, it is adapted numerous ways because zooplankton especially float and defend themselves from predators in the surrounding waters. So it is basically the vital component in the food chain, and usually being preyed by other aquatic organisms. So pelagic fish basically consume most of the zooplankton. Okay, so the population itself consists of larval stages of littoral and benthic invertebrate. So these two components basically consume our zooplankton. So the increases in the quantity of certain types of zooplankton will affect the distribution and abundance of other species. So we must first understand how important it is of this zooplankton, because without zooplankton and phytoplankton, we could not provide sufficient food. So it definitely plays a role as a significant live food to the aquatic ecosystem. So what is basically the interaction of zooplankton with nutrient and phytoplankton interface? Okay, first, we must understand that the marine food web comprises of a significant role in the energy transfer in marine. Okay, so the primary productivity, the decomposition, the nutrient cycles, the functions. So all the precipitation, river runoff to aquatic environments will encourage a more bacteria-based food web, and this will definitely lower the pelagic production at higher trophic levels, and pelagic predation will definitely cause the availability of resources to become lowered, because it is determined by the zooplankton population structure. So as you can see from the diagram, the phytoplankton, zooplankton, okay, they have a very active role in terms of organizing the photosynthesis process, and the zooplankton as well. If you can understand, most small or large spaces of patients, they consume zooplankton. So what we need to understand that the primary producers that fall below this mixed layer impact biochemical as well as climate processes. So the bacteria, the small zooplankton will remineralize and recycle organic matter in the upper ocean. So how can actually climate change affect on the plankton production? So firstly, it affects the supply of nutrients when the temperature is high in ambient and low when warming. So zooplankton productivity is higher when the temperature is increased, because we must understand, because myself and my team, when we cultured zooplankton, we realized that during monsoon season, the zooplankton reproductive capacities are quite lower down compared to under natural or normal conditions. So this shows that temperature plays a very significant role to zooplankton growth and productivity. So the basic metabolic process of plankton, basically as it increases in nutrient intake, will rely on the temperature and decrease sharply beyond the optimal temperature. So for an example, one of the copepod species like Calanus firmachicus, biomass was detected to be temperature dependent according to a study by Kylie et al. In 2016. So the diversity plankton may decrease because when one dominant species may take over and adapt to the changing conditions. As we all know that plankton are able to adapt to certain physiological adaptations, so we must understand that different species will respond differently, okay? So as the increased concentrations of carbonic dioxide, CO2, will decreases the ocean pH, okay? And calcium carbonate saturations. So it also will alter and changes the biochemical composition and impact the consumer's reproduction and development due to the lack of essential metabolites. So what we must understand is that the nitrogen deficiency also plays a high partial pressure of carbon dioxide that altered the fatty acid composition, because most of the zooplankton such as copepods, cladocerans, all of them are a good source of protein as well as fatty acids to the larval fish, and this will definitely improve the larval fish growth and can sustain longer in their cycle. So the effect of climate change also have, if we see from this picture, the harmful algal bloom is one of the significant impacts which actually dominated by few algal species, and these few algal species generates biotoxin. When they reduce the nutrient regeneration, and it enhances the bloom development under nutrient limited HAB species. So in aquatic environment, regardless of marine or freshwater environment, there are many severe impacts, because when the harmful algae blooms, it will causes agnosia or hypoxia in aquatic life, especially fish, because we consume fish, so we might be affected as well too. Okay, the next part is that the vulnerability of zooplankton community to global warming is that we must always remember that the adjustment in their abundance and will contribute to weather factors, because zooplankton have different life history. So when we conduct few experiments, and it have been published by myself and my team, so we found out that the zooplankton, basically different zooplankton species have different adaptive capacities, and therefore they will respond differently towards the life service and their body size. So they will have a shorter life cycle and quickly to changing temperature, meaning when the temperature changes quickly, so it will affect simultaneously to the plankton. So when we delay the reaction in rising temperature, we can see a significant sexually reproducing zooplankton for a longer generation. So like I mentioned just now, when the temperature is normal or within the optimal condition of the temperature, we can see that the zooplankton can produce in mass. So under colder conditions, they will started to have some disruptive on its reproductive capacities. So we also need to understand seasonality also have impacts, and all these researchers have found out when we conduct this review, because this review is significant to make the audience understand that not only corals, not only fish, not only the higher tertiary organisms are affected, but actually plankton are also affected by the climate change situations. So
Dr. Nadia,
you can see from this 5 circle, yeah?
Dr. Nadia, you only have 1 minute
sure.
left.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, as I can see, I'll go a little bit fast a bit. So we can see that climate change will causes disease outbreak as well. So the fish and shellfish will have variety of stresses and physiological consequences. So plankton cultivation is essential, because when we are able to culture plankton in aquatic environment, we bring to captive conditions, we are able to have more and more planktons that we culture, and therefore we can also preserve and conserve our natural plankton conditions. So these are some of the researches that I have conducted. The features research direction is we can see the different plankton levels, the different scales, types of ecosystem, and the effect of zooplankton on water quality alterations. So as a conclusion, I want to highlight that the ocean biota, as well as the whole aquatic ecosystem, like limnological aspect as well, are affected by the climate change situations, and shown to by the fluctuation in wild fisheries production. And for us to be able to detect possible future changes, we need to have plankton monitoring program continuously. And we also need to maintain plankton time series and funding research to explore more and more species of zooplankton or phytoplankton that we can further culture in captive conditions. And not only we just rely on the plankton in the aquatic environment, we must also culture by ourselves too, because this will definitely give an impact in the aquaculture definitely, and also assist the fisheries aspect. And this knowledge are critical in predicting future changes apart from the climate change effect on the ecosystem as a whole. Okay, that's all from me. This is my references, and with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadia.
Thank you.
Rasdi, for your presentation. You can stop your share screen. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to receive a question from the participant.
No problem. If any one of you have any questions, can feel free to email me at nadia.rasdi@umt.edu.my. Thank you very much, Dr. Haikal.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
anyone interested, please email Dr. Nadia directly, or you can continue your discussion in the chat room. That is also possible.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank
So
you.
now we would like to invite our second participant to present. Is Lynn Nurdianti. Is Lynn Nurdianti is here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, very nice. Okay, could you please try to share your screen? Can you share your screen, or let me see? I have your slide too with me, so I can okay, you already share your screen. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. So the rule is the same. It's about 10 minutes of presentation. We have our reviewer here with us, and then anonymously, they will mark down the score for you based on your presentation, and hopefully we have enough time for a discussion with the other participants. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Lynn Nurdianti to present her talk. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thanks very much, Dr. Haikal. And I will correct. My name is Iin Nurdianti, and this is my first to international conference on fisheries. Okay.
Can you go to the full screen, please?
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
First of all, I would like to say thank you very much on this opportunity was given to me to present our research. And this is about analysis of coastal area management through eco-bluesy concept in the Bajut tribal settlement in Torokeku village. I am Nurdianti Nurdian and my team Fajria, Sri Fatmasari, Swarga Wirayatno, and Kubajasi Togo Isamo. We are from the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Muhammadiyah University of Kendari, and collaboration with Halu Olio University, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science in the Southeast Sulawesi. Coastal management is an important issue for most regions of the world. Yes, this is because the initial activity in the fisheries and marine sector began in this area, ranging from capture fishes, aquaculture, processing of fishery product, until marketing. But in reality, the management of coastal area is not optimal and evenly distributed. Even though fishery and marine resources have a high economy and ecological value, as happened in coastal area of Torokeku village. How about Torokeku village is one of the village that has benefited from being a coastal village located in the administrative of Tinangia district in Southeast Sulawesi. Torokeku village is a Bajau tribe that has a livelihood as a fisherman and fish farmer, the seaweed cultivator. So it can be said that the economy in the village comes from the management and processing of the fishery product. And this is aligned with the South Konawe PGMD with State Tinangia District is one of the economic center in the fisheries sector. This will be able to lift the economy of the budget people in Torokeku village. But the reality, the connotation of the poor is still closely attached to the people of the Torokeku village, as coastal village in the general in Indonesia. Research objective and methods. The purpose of this study was to find out how the appropriate strategy for community development approach through the concept of eco-blue sea, so that it is expected to be able to maintain fisheries and marine resources found in the coastal area of the Bajo tribal. The research was conducted from June 2020 until June 2021 in Torokeko village. This research was conducted using a descriptive analysis method approach with the aim describing a certain variable situation or social phenomenon. This method is used to analyze how community-based coastal area management use the eco-blue sea concept strategy. How about the results? The basic community-based coastal management in Torokeko, the first community-based coastal area implemented in Torokeko village refer to the Southeast Konawe Regency Regional Medium-Term Development Plan. And then, based on the government regulation of Republic Indonesia, which is contained in the regional regulation on the administrative plan space and region of South Konawe district. And this is described in RPGMD, Regional Medium Term Development of the Konawe district, regarding the general description of regional conditions state that one of the regional development plans. How about that is intended for management of fishing sector in the coastal area. How about community-based coastal area management through in the eco-blue sea concept? In this concept, community-based coastal area management through the eco-blue sea concept is a strategy or solution that can be applied to overcome problems in both priority area, namely the existence of the local economy development program using the eco-blue sea concept. The eco-blue sea concept was interpreted as a blue sea ecology and economy. How to become the basic for environmental and fishery management, namely based on the ecological characteristic of Torokeko, which is used to support the production of capture fisheries and seaweed cultivation, but still maintain the ecological balance and health of marine waters, so that have a sustainable economy value. This is the eco-blue sea concept approach. Yeah, how company in marine coastal management, we must do collaboration with the local government, community, and we are as a university. Without the collaboration, that it is very hard to accompany the community. Yeah. How about the structural approach? Which we have to development of community accessibility to natural resource, development of community-based surveillance system, institutional capacity development, increasing public accessibility to information, development of community accessibility to decision-making process, and support the network development. And then how about subjective approach. The subjective approach we have to do are increase environmental knowledge and insight, developing community skill, developing community capacity and self-quality, and then increase community motivation to community participate in our program, and then developing local community value.
Iin, you only have
Yes.
2 minutes left.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then
Good.
about conclusion. Now, in the Eco Blue Sea concept can be used as a reference for the concept of community-based coastal area management with a structural approach or government involvement and a non-structural or subjective approach, community empowerment. The concept of Eco Blue Sea is implemented as an effort to manage the right coastal area, especially for the Bajo tribal community, by involving and according to the interests of community, so that the community can enjoy the potential of the natural resource in a sustainable manner. Okay, we say thanks very much on this opportunity.
Okay.
Maybe there is a question for me.
Yeah.
We can discuss.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Iin, for a very nice presentation about the management in the Bajo tribal is very informative for us. But however, the time is very limited, and we just right on time at the end of your presentation. Like the bell is ringing here from my side, so we can continue on with the next presenter. Please, Dr. Iin, stop your share screen. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can you stop your share?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you very much. So now we would like to continue on with the next presenter is Fianta Mandalika. Hello, Fianta. You already
Hello.
here? Okay,
I'm
good.
ready.
Yes, the rule is the same. It's about 10 minutes of presentation. So if you manage on time, we can have about 1 or 2 questions. If we have spare like 1 or 2 minutes, so we have question. But if not, then we just continues on with the other presenter. So yeah, the time is 10 minutes. Can you go for the full screen presentation?
Okay. It's currently
Okay.
visible.
Yeah, this we can see this. Yeah. So 10 minutes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready. Somewhere, something extraordinary is waiting to discover. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Fianta Mandalika, and I will present the result of research entitled Vulnerability Analysis of a Captured Fisheries to Climate Change based on province scales, case study in East Java, Bali, and West Nusa Tenggara. Okay, the capture fisheries sector make a minor contribution to whereof a community both on a local and a national scale. However, this sector is quite vulnerable to climate change. The impact of the climate change can be analyzed by vulnerability analysis. In Indonesia, this research still revolves around small island and a certain animal species are a vulnerability to a climate change at the village scale. Therefore, a study was conducted to analysis to vulnerability of a captured fisheries to the climate change on a provincial scale with a vessel carrier on February 9 until July 31st, 2021. The purpose of this study was to determine the composition of the vulnerability sub-index so that the vulnerability status of captured fisheries in 3 provinces in Indonesia can be determined. The research was conducted in 3 provinces in Indonesia: East Java, West Nusa Tenggara, and Bali. This research is a descriptive research with a case study method. Data was collected by a purposive sampling method with observed variable including is exposure, sensitivities, and adaptive capacities. The data used in this study is a secondary data for 2009 until 2020, obtained from the Provincial Marine and Fisheries Service, the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries, the Central Statistic Agency, and NASA Ocean Color. Exposure analysis was carried by regressing sea surface temperature and standardizing the regression coefficient to observe an exposure index. The sensitivity index was optioned for standardization of all variables. In a contrast to exposure and sensitivities, adaptive capacity is inversely proportional to vulnerability. So that the adaptive capacity index value must be equation with the other 2 indicators. In constructing the vulnerability index, the 3 sub-index, exposure, sensitivities, and adaptive capacities can be combined in several ways depending on the context. First, the combination of 3 index with a sum weight, and second, by giving different weights to each sub-index. Furthermore, the determination of the level of vulnerability refers to the case 2005, would divide into a 4 level from low to very high. And entering the presentation is the result and discussion. In June, the SST is in the water surge of East Java and NTB began to cool. This is an early indication of the formation of an upwelling area in the southern Java. However, this doesn't apply in 2013 and 2016, where there was an interest in SST due to the INSO phenomenon. The sea surface temperature in 3 provinces varies seasonal. In East monsoon, sea surface temperature trend to be cooler than in West monsoon. Its status of exposure and the magnitude of the effect of temperature on a catch in each provinces are different. The provinces that is under a very high pressure from climate change is Bali, where 30% in its catch is affected by sea surface temperature. The sensitivities of capture fisheries to climate change can be described by the number of fisheries and their catch. The projection values of capture fisheries and the number of fishermen in East Java provinces is the largest of compared to the other of the 2 provinces. The increase in a case occurred from 2016 until 2016 will depend of increasing the number of fisheries occurred in 2016. Through the result of the study, and it can be seen that the areas with a very high number of fisheries and catch will have a very high sensitivities as well. For example, is the Java provinces as well as other ways. The component that make up adaptive capacity consists of variables. Mangrove forest and a coral reef cover represent natural assets with East Java provinces as the provinces with the largest mangrove area, and West Nusa Tenggara provinces is the area with the largest coral reef cover. A fish support that represent physical asset and a fisheries station workers and the group of a left so the number of a fisheries instructor consisting of a civil servant fisheries instructor and auxiliary fisheries instructor, while the group on the right is so the distribution of auxiliary fisheries instructor among the three provinces. East Java provinces is the provinces with the most fisheries instructor and a fish sport. Based on the composition of the variables making the adaptive capacity, it can be seen that the East Java provinces has a very high ability to respond and reduce the impact of climate change, unlike the case with the provinces of Bali. Based on the research of vulnerability analysis using weighted and unweighted data difference in order or ranking of vulnerabilities by focusing on an awake method, it can be seen that the combination of a three sub-index affect the vulnerability status in various ways. Areas with a low level of sensitivities, high level of exposure, and low adaptability will result in a high vulnerability status. For the example, the provinces of Bali, the provinces of East Java and West Nusa Tenggara are categorized in a moderate vulnerability status with a moderate combination of a constituent of a sub-index.
You only have 1 more minute.
Okay, give me 1 minute again.
Yeah.
The difference will determine the policy strategies to be taken. The policy strategies as a factor into three. First, a certain policies that less than 1 year. For the example of these policies are addiction and modification of fishing gear, and then the second, if a medium-term policies that are less than 5 years, example of these policies are strengthening fisheries resources management communities and ecosystem. And the third is long-term policies that include the implementation of marine protected area. I can conclude for the result of this study is that the three provinces have different composition and vulnerabilities constituent a sub-index. Bali is a provinces with a high vulnerability status that can implement short, medium, and long-term policy strategies. The provinces of East Java and West Nusa Tenggara have a moderate vulnerability status that can implement medium-term policy strategies. As a preliminary study, there are still many limitations on room for future research development. Future research is expected to add more specific variables that affect capture fisheries and determine which species are most vulnerable to SST change. That all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vianta. You just right on time. The alarm in my timing is ringing, so I don't think we have enough time to take any question. However, if any participant have question for Vianta, please welcome to give a question in the chat room. I think it's still available. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Pak Dedi, you want to have a question for Vianta or?
Okay, a very short
Definitely
question, please.
very short. Okay.
A very
It's
short
a
question.
short question. Okay.
Okay, thank you,
Go
Pak
ahead.
Haikal.
Okay.
Thank you very much for Dr. Fianta. It was very remarkable presentation. I'd like to ask you a question. What is the collaborative strategy among academician and government to overcome the bad impact of climate change on fisheries on your sampling study? Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Pianta.
I'm sorry, I have a bad connection.
Oh yeah.
Can you say this question again?
Daddy asked about how is the collaboration works between the researcher, government, and the stakeholder in your study sites correspond to this climate change.
Okay, it's a very good collaboration between academic and government. Government give me and contribute several data that I need to in my research to and it's make my research try to correctly. Okay, and I'm hopefully my research can be used as a reference for effort to prevent and overcome vulnerability status in every province, especially three provinces in my case study, East Java, Bali, and West Nusa Tenggara.
Yes, I think it's very clear answer.
Thank you for your awesome response, Dr. Fianta Magdalika. It's very
thank you very much.
remarkable.
Thank you, Pak Dedi, for the question. So yeah, we're very limited on time. I'm really sorry. Now we will ask for the next presenter is Saiful Adhar. Saiful Adhar is here.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
yes, Saiful Adhar, your voice is too small. Can you close the mic again? I can hear. Can you try again to say hello?
Okay, hello.
Yes, yeah, that one is clear.
It's clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you can start to share screen.
Okay, you can help me. I think you have my slide.
Okay, let me see.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Saiful Adhar, yes, I have your slide. So just you can just say next. Yeah, I will try to open your presentation now. Wait. So the rule is the same. It's about 10 minutes of presentation. So please manage your time. If we have any time left, we can have one or two short questions from the participant. Okay. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Saiful Adhar to present. Please, Dr. Saiful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haikal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Saiful Adhar. I am a student of doctoral program Natural Resource and Environment Management, Universitas Sumatera Utara, and I am the lecturer of Universitas Maluku Saleh. Glad to see you here right now. I want to share you about my paper. The title is the Water Transparency Model of Lake Laut Tawar, Aceh, Indonesia. This research is a small part of my research to modeling the eutrophication of Lake Laut Tawar. Next, Mr. Haikal. The introduction, we know that the transparency or water clarity is the what extent the material in water decrease in the phase of light through the water column. The value of water transparent in this research represented by a Secchidis deep, and the Secchidis deep is controlled by alga density, suspended solid, and dissolved solid. Next. This study examines the relationship of water transparency variable with variable that intersect light in the water of Lake Laut Tawar, and formulate a model for estimating the transparency of Lake Laut Tawar waters. The value of water transparency that described by the Secchidis deep as a dependent variable, And as the predictor variable are chlorophyll A concentration, total suspended solid, and total dissolved solids. Next. This is the map of my research. We know the study was conducted in Lake Laut Tawar, Aceh, Aceh Tengah District, and so Aceh Province, Indonesia. Data collection was carried out for 1 year from October 1916 until September 2017. So the frequency of data collection was carried out once a month. Total data collected were 84 data weight parameter. Next. The method, the correlation between the dependent and the correlation between the independent and dependent variable was analyzed using a Pearson correlation on logarithmic form variable and not a transform variable. The relation of its independent variable with dependent variable was analyzed by simple linear regression. And so simple linear regression ran on variable that had the highest Pearson correlation values. The effect relation of all dependent variable on dependent variable was done by multiple regression on logarithmic form and not a transform variable. The relation equation chose was the one that give the highest coefficient determinant value. Next. This slide show that the result of my observation in Lake Laut Tawar, the average of the chlorophyll concentration about 9.88 microgram per liter. So TSS concentration value in average about 63.70 in microgram per liter. So TDS concentration had an average about 93.86. So average of such this deep about 2.55 meters. Next. So this table show the correlation coefficient value between the independent and dependent variable in this study, which were transformed to logarithmic value and without transformation. Based on the Pearson correlation value, it's conclude that all independent variable, they are chlorophyll, TSS, and TDS, were very strongly and perfectly correlate with the dependent variable or this deep. Based on the Hang's correlation coefficient, three relationship formed were tested by linear regression. They are log chlorophyll with log SD relationship, so TSS and with log SD relationship, and log TDS with log SD relationships. Next. Okay. In this graphic, we can see the graphic of log SD and log chlorophyll A regression. So increasing the log chlorophyll A, given a decrease in the log SD value. It means the presence of phytoplankton in the water inhibits light penetration in the water column. So, the linear regression of a TSS and log SD obtained the determination coefficient about 0.85. This value describes the perfect relation between TSS concentration and section this deep in Lake Laut Tawar water. So the graphic of log SD and log TDS relationship so higher dissolved substance will cause lower the transparency of water. Next. Okay, so to determine the effect cause simultaneously by chlorophyll, TSS, and TDS on the water transparency, conduct multiple regression analysis, multiple linear regression analysis for each variable value transform to logarithmic value and without transformation obtain adjusted R square value as shown in the table. So so the log transformation obtain just this R square value about 0.93. Based on the value, the variable value z has been transformed to the logarithmic value is used for the analysis of variance. Next. In this slide, give me that the ANOVA, so that the independent variable of chlorophyll A, TSS, and TDS simultaneously affecting the Secudis dip. Based on the table of coefficient regression, we get the mathematical regression model of water transparency. Table of coefficient regression shown the TDS variable did not have a partial effect on transparency of Lake Laut Tawar waters. Okay, next. The conclusion. The transparency of the water of Lake Laut Tawar is influenced by abundant phytoplankton suspended in the sulfate solid. So the sulfate material have no partial effect on transparency of water of Lake Laut Tawar. The estimation of transparency of water of Lake Laut Tawar can be done with the equation log SD equal 1.40H minus 0.32 log chlorophyll A minus 0.39 log TDS minus 0.05 log TDS. Okay, Mr. Ekal, thank you for your nice attention.
Yep, we have about 2 minutes of question and answer. So please, do we have any question from the participant or Pak Saiful Adhar? Do you have any question from the participant? Okay, I think seems like there is no question. So thank you very much. Do we have? No? Okay, no. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Saiful Adhar, for a very nice presentation about the research in the Danau Laut Tawar. It's very interesting. So now we will continue with Wahyu Budi Setiawan. If Wahyu is already here in the room.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you're already in the room. So let me check. Do I have your presentation here with me? Do you want me to share the screen, or you want you share your screen by your own?
Okay, I try to.
You want to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, please try to share the screen. Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah, now we can see the screen. Please go to the full screen. Yeah, so Pak Wahyu, we have the similar rules for every participant, about 10 minutes of presentation. If we have spare about 2 minutes, we will ask a question from the participant, but if not, then we will continue on with the next presenter. So yeah, you can start again to share your screen. Yeah, okay, we just right on time. So yeah, you can go to the full screen. Yes. Okay, without further ado, about 10 minutes of presentation, we welcome Pak Setiawan to present the slides. Please, Pak Setiawan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Opportunity, I will deliver speech about coastal erosion management strategy of Melabu. As we all know, Melabu is a coastal city that is situated on the coastal plain of Indian Ocean that has high energy environment. The city has potential for coastal tourism development. The area are coastal protection structure around the city. In the past, before the last tsunami, coastal protection structure were damaged due to regular wave activity. So the main question of the study are how is the effectiveness of the current coastal structure to protect coastline and how it's likely to support tourist development potential. In this study, coastal protection structure of Labu will assess its character and effectiveness of the coastal zone. We also analyze the possibility to expand the function of the coastal protection structure to beautify the city and to make it tourism facility. Effectivity of the structure will analyze based on technical criteria of the structure, and possibility to expand the function of the structure will analyze according to possibility of tourism activity and environmental condition of the coastal zone. This is the study area. We studied the coastal zone at 3 segments. The first Padang Serai segment, this area, and the second Ujung Karang segment, and then Kampung Pasir segment. Molabo situation on coastal Tombolo with the tip of uplifted reef limestone. This is Tombolo of Molabo. In this area, we have uplifted reef limestone, and the coastal zone is influenced by swell coming from Indian Ocean, and then based on analysis, we have longshore sediment transport along the coastal zone. This is the picture of coastal erosion hazard at Molabo. In Padang Serai, the threat of coastal erosion is on undeveloped coastal land. And then at Ujung Karang, its threat object is port area, housing, office, and military area. And Kampung Pasir, its threat is residential area. This is coastal production at Padang Serai. What we see in June, we have seawall about 500 meters with reinforced with irregular installed concrete. We have this is new seawall, and this the old seawall that has been damaged before the tsunami. And then based on character of the environment, we see that it's possible to improve the growing to be tourism for support tourism activity with constructing growing field in the front of the seawall and building pedestrian path in the back of the seawall. This is coastal protection at Ujung Karang. This is refinement combination of tetrapod in the front and the back concrete block arranged neatly. This very effective, high aesthetic, but it's blocking view to the open sea. The people in this area is local tourism who waste the time to saw the sea. For this condition, we recommended to improve the coastal protection to level the back of the revetment, so it could be a platform or pedestrian path, so the tourism could walk easily and watching the sea easily from this area. This is Kampung Pasir. We have two separated segments of massive seawall. In the southern part, this is, and this is in middle part, the condition. From the south, we can see that previously, seawall ever buoy, but no longer exists. Seawall damaged due to erosion on its foot, and due to it has sediment transport along the coast. We recommend to build a coastal processor that can catch the sediment transport. It is a growing field with the shape. As conclusion, Molabo main strategy to face coastal processor is hard structure that it is suitable for protection the coast and considering possibility to develop Molabo city as coastal tourism destination is recommended to upgrade coastal protection structure, and then for Kampung Pasir is recommended to build a structure that can track sediment transport and to dampen dominant seawall from Indian Ocean. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu, for very nice presentation. We still have about 2 minutes of time. So anyone from the participant would like to have a question for Pak Wahyu is very much welcome. Is there any question from the participant? Okay, seems like we don't have any question for now. Maybe Pak Wahyu can stop share the screen. Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu, for a very nice presentation. So we would like to go on with our next presenter. We will have Pak Rian Maulana. Are you here? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you clearly. So do you have the slide you want to present, or let me see, do I have?
Okay, I will share my slide by myself, sir.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so please try to share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much for this great opportunity. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, we have your screen here. So we can go to full screen. There's only a quick reminder. Sorry? Yeah, you can go to the full screen. Full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, the presentation mode. Yeah, you have a quickly reminder. You have 10 minutes of presentation. If we have spare times, about 2 minutes, we can have a question and answer from the participant. So yeah, without take more time, I will let Rian Maulana to present his slide. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's pray to Allah who has give us health and great opportunity, so we are able to attend to this Zoom room, yeah. And then salawat and salam should always be delivered to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. One more time, I would like to thank to the moderator and to all of the participants in this room for this great opportunity that given to me. So today I would like to present our research entitled Prevalence and Intensity of Ectoparasite on Cultivated Catfish, Aquaculture Pond and Biofloc System in Aceh Besar, Indonesia. It is conducted by Rian Maulana, Amanda Salsabila, Dedi, and Citra Tafina. So let's go to the next slide. Okay. The some reason that inspired the researcher to conduct this research is, first, parasitic infection is one of the pathogen that generally attack catfish. Sorry, my screen is blocked. that most common fish disease because it lies on the bodies of other organisms and generally hurt their host. Secondly, catfish is one of the freshwater fish commodity that have great demand, and it is one often attacked by some parasites. Biofloc technique is the most popular way to grow catfish by adding carbohydrates, organic, on fish rearing media to increase the CN ratio and stimulate the growth of heterotrophic bacteria that can assimilate anorganic nitrogen into bacterial biomass. And the purpose of this study is to determine the intensity
Hello? Pak Rian, we lost your voice. Hold on. Pak Rian, hello? Hello? Oh, unfortunately, seems like, okay, Pak Rian, hello, can you hear me? You're mute now.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry for low connection here.
Maybe I can share the slide for you. You can just say next. Is that
okay?
Is that okay? So okay, yeah, I will wait. Just wait a second. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I will share your slide. So you just say next. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we are in the.
We go on to the third slide.
Third slide. Okay.
Oh, no, not the second slide maybe. Yeah, the purpose of study.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go
For
ahead.
the purpose of study is to determine the intensity and the prevalence of ectoparasite that found in catfish biofloc aquaculture pond and traditional catfish in Aceh Besar. Next slide, please. Okay. For the methodology in conducting this research used descriptive method, and for catfish sampling was conducted directly in Indrapuri biofloc catfish farming area and traditional catfish farming in Lubuk Catfish Village, Belang Bintang, Aceh Besar, using a random sampling method. And for the ectoparasite examination was carried out using a microscope and follow Nukubata theory. And then the found parasite type was recorded such as total and organ where the parasite was found. Then the prevalence and intensity value were calculated using the formula that published by Kabata. Then it analyzed descriptively. Next slide, please. Okay, here are the prevalence category reference for guiding the research to categorize the prevalence rate. Yeah, there are score for 0 until 100 score, and categories as always, almost, usually, very often, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. And then for intensity category, reference the research to follow this table, yeah, as Kabata theory. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay. And then after conducting the research got some result and can we say discussion, yeah, for the traditional system or traditional media for ectoparasite type Trichodina sp, yeah, we can see together there are many fish, yeah, attacked by parasite, yeah. For clearer explanation, let's we go on to the next slide. Okay, this conclusion based on the previous table. So it said that there are 3 types of ectoparasite that exist in traditional and biofloc system. They are Trichodina sp, Dactylogyrus sp, and Fertila sp. And the highest prevalence rate was the infection by Dactylogyrus sp parasite in Lubuk village, Aceh Besar, which applies that traditional system on it, which is category as always or very severe infection, which score 100%. While the Veoflog system in Rukih Dayah village in Rapuri, Aceh Besar is in the moderate category, or the moderate infection is about 80%, and the lowest prevalent rate is in the ectoparasite Verticella sp that found in the Veoflog pond, and it is categorized as a rare infection, about 2%. The highest level of parasite intensity was infection by Dactylogyrus sp on the two media, and both are categorized as medium category. The difference intensity value of two media are media has an intensity of 22.7 and traditional has 11.3. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Rian, for a very timely presentation. I think we have about 3 more minutes of time. This is a good amount of time for everyone to have a discussion. So, is there any question from the participant? Have any 1 or 2 short questions from the participant for Pak Rian? Okay, I don't think there is a question shown up from the participant. So thanks again, Pak Rian, for a very nice presentation. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Yeah, now we would like to continue to our next presenter. We have Nenshana Shafitri. Hello, Nenshana. Do we have?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, yeah, Nenshana Shafitri, yeah.
Yes, I'm ready.
Is it okay to turn on your camera?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we can see you now. So you want to share your screen?
Yes.
Let me see.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will share screen with my device.
Okay, yeah, you can start to check if the device is working properly or not. Just share your screen.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah, while you try to share the screen, I would like to repeat the rules that we have in this oral session. We will have about 10 minutes of presentation. Usually in the 2 minutes left, I will just give a comment. You only have 2 minutes left. Then you can speed up your presentation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Yeah, then we will have a question. We have enough spare time. So without further ado, yeah, I would like to welcome Ibu Nenshana Shafitri to present. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Haika. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nenshana Shafitri. I'm from Research Center for Marine and Fisheries Socio-Economic, and today I'm going to share to you. We are going to talk about labor characteristic on brackish water aquaculture in Aceh Tamiang Regency. And here's the writer of this of the paper, Nenshana Shafitri, and then Armin Suham, Krisna Yuliati, Mira, and Nenda Kurniasari. First of the presentation, introduction. As we know, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries have some main programs for 2021 until 2024, and one of them is to increase production of cultivation fisheries, and one commodity is to increase is shrimp, and that's why MMEF have programmed to increase shrimp export until 250%. And then Aceh Tamiang Regency is one of the area that contribute. Yes, that contribute to shrimp production. And because this is the shrimp aquaculture industry, one factor to develop shrimp aquaculture industry is labor or manpower. Labor or manpower support the productivity, and then it is affected by type of technology, and then it affect working relationship. So that's why the purpose the purpose of this paper, there are two purposes. First is analyzing the pattern of labor use, and then the second is analyzing work relationship and its type of technology is in use in shrimp aquaculture industry. And then this is the data and the method. We collected primary data, the working system and work relationship in shrimp aquaculture industry, and then the secondary data. And then it was conducted on April until May 2021, and then it was taken at Seruai, Bendahara, Banda Mulia, Mayapayat district. We interviewed more than 100 Vanamycin cultivators, and then we analyzes with a qualitative descriptive and then qualitative statistic analysis. And here's an overview of the potential of this aquaculture. Aceh Tamiang Regency have some primary commodities such as shrimp and then Nila tilapia, crabs, and milkfish. And about breakfast aqua water, the area is more than 5,000 hectare, and area of fish pond is about 31 hectare. And if we talk about cultivator household, and most of them are based on traditional technology. And here's result and discussion. And this is the first purpose. We want to talk about the model of employment in brackish water ponds industry. Laborers who work in brackish water pond industry involved in preparatory stage and then maintenance stage, and also at harvest period. And then laborers who work in the breakfast water pond consist of permanent and temporary workers, then including family members and non-family members, and also skilled and unskilled laborers. And from the table, we can see there are some varieties of characteristic of labor in breakfast water ponds area in Aceh Tamiang. We can see varieties of number of days, and then a payment system, and then amount, salary, and then number of laborers, and then place of origin. We can the cultivator of traditional technology. Most of them in maintenance cultivation, they don't use a paid labor, because they use family members to work together with the cultivators. And then place of origin of the laborers is from within the regency, and then also outside the regency, because it is Aceh Tamiang Regency is close to Medan. Some of the laborers are from Medan City or Langsa Regency. If we see at a harvest period, about payment system, we can see at a traditional type, the cultivator paid daily, but in semi-intensive, the cultivator paid daily and at a bulk or borongan, but in intensive, they paid labor in yield share system and about or monthly. And here's the second purpose. The stream cultivators or aquaculture business involve many parties, such as owner or manager of the owner and then manager of the site, a technician, or assistant, or known as anak tambah. And then the cooperation of the parties build a work relationship that it can affect the production. Work relationship are represented by the type of laborers, use full-time laborers or part-time labor, and some of them are paid monthly, and the others are daily, and some others are based on agreement or borongan. There's also a yield sharing system. The relationship can vary depending on the type of the pond. And then because it is semi-intensive and intensive technology need high cost operational, so the cultivator use skilled labor to work together with the cultivator, because it is to minimum the risk of the produce the stream. And you can see at the slide, there are three types of working relationship in brackish water ponds business. And the first is consists of fish pond owner, and then fish pond manager, technician, and assistant. But the second one, fish pond or owner, and then technician and assistant. And the third one is work relationship between fish pond owner, manager, technician, and then assistant. And then the line and this line, it's about and this line, it's common line, and then this one is coordination line. And the last one is conclusion. Technology effect that use of labor and cultivation of stream in brackish water ponds, and then to improve the knowledge, skill, and abilities of traditional fish farmer. They are able to compete with those who's using other type of technology. And then partnership with skilled laborers can be made formal with written agreement, because most of the laborer have no agreement with the cultivators. And then hiring local laborers still needs to be done in order to maintain a social relationship. I think that's the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nensiana. It's very timely presentation. We still have about 2 more minutes. If there are any questions from participants, we would like to welcome some questions. Do we have any question from the participant? I think it's very enlightening information from Ibu Nensiana about how Aceh Tamiang current state Aceh Tamiang aquaculture. It's very nice to see your presentation. It seems like there is no question from the participant. Thank you very much, Ibu Nensiana, for a very nice presentation. So now we would like. Okay, thank you. We would like to ask Pak Ihsan Setiawan. Halo, Pak Ihsan. Assalamualaikum, Pak Ihsan Setiawan.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Haikal.
Baik, okay, nice to hear Pak Ihsan's voice, but we can't see your video. Can you turn on the camera?
Okay.
Yes, we can see you. It seems like it's dark. I don't know. The camera is not working, I think. But anyway, you can. This one is working. Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ihsan, would you please share your slide? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
For opportunity,
Yes.
Pak.
Yeah, Pak Ihsan, I just remind you the time. So you only have 10 minutes of presentation. And if we have spare time, we will have a question and answer from the participant. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Isan. The floor is yours.
Okay, our presentation as title with Wave and period in March, April, and September in the coastal water of Ujung Bate and Lampana, Aceh Besar District, Indonesia. Authors, myself, San Setiawan, and co-author Sarifah Merahyuni, Sahrul Punawan, Sri Rizki Rahmatullah Masri, and Yopi Ilhamsah. Our affiliation, Faculty of Marine Science and Fisheries, Universitas Syah Kuala, and Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Syah Kuala. Okay. Our research, first introduction, the coastal water of Ujung Bate and Lampana are directly adjacent to the Malacca Strait and Sumatra Island. There are several studies related to ocean wave, namely conditions and method that strengthen ocean wave analysis. James et al. 2018, Takagaki et al. 2018, Wang et al. 2017, WMO et al. 1998 and 2001 as state of the art. They play a major role in fishing and tourist activities. Thus, the study of sea wave is important to conduct. Our objective, this research examining the variation of wave that occur at the coastal water of Ujung Bate and Lampana in March, April, and September 2019. You can see a map, Station 1, Lampana Coastal Water, Station 2, Ujung Bate Coastal Water. This research was conducted in the coastal waters, Ujung Bate Section 2 and Lampana Section 1, start from March, April, and September 2019. This research includes waste measurement and processing the collected wave data. Wave data consists of wave height and wave period. Wave height measure 2,000 times with scale board, and wave period measure 2,000 times with stopwatch. In result and discussion, table show average wave height and average wave period in Ujung Bate 67 in March, T3 in April, and XT in September 2019. And Lampanah 5T5 in Maret, 67 in April, and 66 in September 2019. Why? Lampanah coastal water, average wave height and average wave period 5 centimeter in Maret, 67 in April, and 66 in September. And average wave period are all 12 seconds. Table 1, the difference in the sea wave height in coastal water of Ujung Bate is higher than Lampanah with a range of 10 centimeter to 15 centimeter. The difference in wave height is because the two coastal water are in the Malacca Strait, which is Ujung Bate toward the widening strait, and Lampanah toward the narrowing strait. In general, smaller wave height are located in narrow strait than wide strait, and also when compared to the wave height in the ocean, the wave height in strait is small, small height wave. Concord et al. 2008, Davidson Arnold et al. 2019, and Rifi et al. 2012.
Isan, you only have, okay, this conclusion, good. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Finally, conclusion, based on the results of measurement and processing of wave data that the range of wave height in the coastal water of Ujung Bate and Lampanah is 55 centimeter to 83 centimeter, and the wave period is all 12 seconds. Thank you for your attention, Pak Eka.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I do see one question on the chat room, but however, we are very limited of time. I think Pak Isan is just right on time for ending his presentation. Very nice presentation, Pak Isan. Could you please stop your screen? Yes, thank you very much, Pak Isan. So now we would like to continue on with our next presenter. We have Pak Suparjo Razali Charong. Hello, Pak Suparjo. Are you already in the room? Hello, Pak Suparjo. Okay, I don't see any names related to Suparjo in the room. So yeah, we will continue with the next presenter after that is Pak Koko Ondara. Hello, Pak Koko, are you hear me?
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Koko. Yeah, it's very nice to see you. Okay.
Nice.
So
Okay.
the rule is the same for everyone. We have about 10 minutes of the presentation. You want to share your screen first?
Maybe you can share the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, you can start to share your screen while I will.
No. Maybe you can, Mr. Haikal, can share the.
Oh, you already shared.
presentation.
Okay, let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have the PowerPoint now with me. Okay, I will share the screen. So I will repeat the. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a second. I will. Yeah. So we repeat the rule. We will only have about 10 minutes of presentation. If we have spare time, about 2 minutes, we will have 1 or 2 short questions from the participant. So yeah, without further ado, I would like to welcome Pak Koko Ondara for his presentation. 10 minutes time, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Koko Ondara from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Indonesia. And I'm writing this paper with my partner, Sahrul Punawan from Syekh Kuala University. Thank you for the time. Good afternoon. Thank you to Mr. Haikal as the moderator, and I see Mrs. Maria, all the presenter and participants. It's really wonderful time to be here attending conference, to be with all presenters. This is something big for me, and thank you for the opportunity given to me to present our paper. Okay, I will present our research with the title Numerical Modeling of Marine Debris in the Malacca Strait. And this is our research has been looking at. So let's get started. Sorry, next. This is why Malacca Strait. That's one of the important questions. Why our research is. Is it true that Malacca Strait is a source of marine debris and also one of the main paths for marine debris transportation? So this has been discussed in the journal by Cordova et al. 2019 and Robert Tua et al. 2019, and also I have read in one of the online news. So geographically, the Malacca Strait has a very strategic role not only in the countries surrounding this water, but also in other countries, especially as an international transportation route. In addition, the waters of Malacca Strait also have a major influence on the weather patterns that occur in the Asia region. In this journal of Rami 20 and Yasuti 20, I think. And also there is many industry in coastal area, and they use Malacca Strait as a product distribution channel. So the large number of residents also in the coastal area will add environmental problems, especially aquatic ecological problem. Maybe one of the main issues is marine debris is generated from land. So the waters of Malacca Strait as a pathway for the movement of marine debris have been discussed by Purba and Ryan. Okay, next. So this research was conducted to find out how the pattern of movement of marine debris particles, especially in the coastal and open sea areas of the Malacca Strait. And I hope by knowing the pattern of movement of marine debris particles, is the hope to effort to mitigate ecological disaster can be carried out to reduce the impact that occurs. This research using hydro-oceanographic modeling method using primary and secondary data, hydrodynamic data such as geographic domain, type, and bathymetry. Also use input for the analysis of oceanographic condition. For the wave model, the model used fully spectral analysis and the basic nonlinear wave equation. The result of wave and hydrodynamic model used for the basis for the next modeling. It's called namely the particle tracking model. This model was carried out for 7 months from June to December 20. The distribution of particle based on the mass and type of waste that is most commonly found on the surface of the waters. The output of this research is the distribution pattern of surface marine debris in coastal area and open sea. Next, this is the data that we use. There is the 5 main types of the data used. There are saline data, wind, bathymetry. Bathymetry we use in situ and use national bathymetric model. Type that we use in situ data. And for the edit data, we use the square method. And then the last is model parameter. This is model parameter. We use shallow water equation, CFM number, eddy viscosity, bed resistance, density, and source. We different source. The data we get that is from 20 and from 2021. Next, this is the result. We can see the weather by using a weather gauge. It's called AWS, Automatic Weather System, which is installed on Lupat Island. It's known that September there are 2 very heavy rain on 24 and 26 with rainfall almost 150 millimeters per hour, and the surface temperature is still normal ranging, I think, from 20 to 30, from 20 to 30, 34 degrees Celsius. And the domain wind condition from the windows, you can see the blow from the northwest to the southwest with a maximum speed 9.8 meter per second. Next. And for the bathymetry data obtained from the in situ measurement combined with the data from the national bathymetric data to cover the lack of data. From the bathymetric modeling result, it can be seen that the west side of the Lupat Island is near the Sumatra mainland. The water depth is between 0 to 24 meters. In the western part of the estuary, the depth is increasingly with a depth between 0 to 18, I think 18 meters. But the meanwhile, the southern part of the Dumai Strait estuary has a deeper waters between 0 to 36 meters. This section is the main transportation route for the ship entering to the Dumai Strait. But in the eastern part of the Lupat Island, the depth is between 0 to 80 meters, and it will be towards to the mainland of Malaysia. And the northern part of Lupat Island to the mainland of Malaysia is between 0 to 70 meters deep and seems to have a lot of step bottom area. Next. This is the hydrodynamic model. When the spring tide on December 13, the current coming from the south of the Malacca Strait towards to the northwest. The direction of the parallel course in the eastern of the Rupert Island, and then the current turned to the west when it began to enter the mainland of North Rupert Island. You can see the Rupert Island on the left picture. The current around the northern part of the island will experience a deflection according to the morphology of the island. Most of the current will move to the west after experiencing the deflection, and some of the current will be towards to the east until they weaken. And when the low tide, the current coming from the southern direction of the Malacca Strait is heading toward to the northwest. The direction of the parallel course in the eastern part of Rupert Island will turn to the west when we begin the mainland of North Rupert Island. Next. Based on tidal analysis, the waters of the Malacca Strait, its dominant tend to have the prevailing semi-diurnal tidal type. There are different tidal height around that area, but I think depend on analysis, although that there is no significant difference depending on oceanographic condition, maybe the position of Earth and the moon. The tidal range is 4.45 meters, and the value of high spring 2.29, and the low spring is 2.16 meters. Next. This is the particle tracking using modeling.
Koko, you have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left, okay. Maybe next. Sorry, next. Okay, you can play the video, sorry. This is the result of video particle modeling with a high frame rate. Marine debris particle is in the open waters. It can be seen that at the end of the simulation, marine debris in 4 different sources was carried away by the surface current with a maximum speed about 1 to 2 meters per second, and the debris look like tend to move parallel to the coast forward to the northwest, and will experience the deflection toward to the west and east when heading toward to the southern part of Rupert Island. Okay, this is the simulation from June 20 to December 20. We can see the marine debris along the coastal area. Okay, next. Okay, the conclusion of the result is the movement of marine debris will tend to move towards the north of the Malacca Strait. Marine debris particles located around the coastal area of Riau province will be tend to trap in the south of Rupert Island, and some of the debris will be stranded in the eastern part of Rupert Island. So some improvement that we can continue the research. Maybe we can use long-time series modeling, maybe for a couple years, and can use another approach, formulation of wind and spectral wave analysis. And type of area in Malacca will be better. And the last is particle verification. Thank you. And that was the presentation of the research that has been done. Next, I please to the moderator.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Koko, for a very nice presentation. We saw a very good simulation of that marine debris at the study's location. I think it's very interesting. However, we are just right on time, Pak Koko, so I don't think we can accept any question from the participant. However, if you want to have a discussion with Pak Koko, you can, anyone from the participant can just write to the chat message, and probably Pak Koko will answer them directly. Thank you very much, Pak Koko. So now we will continue on with our next presenter. Is Pak Zulkarnain Jalil. Assalamualaikum Pak Zul. Pak Zul, Assalamualaikum Pak Zul. Can you hear my voice? I know Pak Zul is already in the Zoom meeting. So, hello Pak Zul. Do you hear my voice? Okay, so Pak Zul is not here at the moment, so we will continue on with our, Pak Zul have two papers to present continuously, but he's not present now. So we have the last presenter. Maybe later on, if we have still more time, we will, if Pak Zul is already here in the Zoom meeting, we will ask him again to present because he's already here. See, he's not responding. So we can go on to the last presenter, Ibu Evi Susanti. Hello? Hello, Ibu Evi.
Hello.
Your voice is too small. Can you increase the volume? Or speak louder?
Okay. Can you hear my voice?
It's very small. You can try to increase your volumes, your voice. You increase your voice.
Okay.
Yes, yes, that's clear. Yeah. So can you please share screen? Yeah, banyak. Ini dah.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Okay. So we can see your presentation slide very clearly. Yes. So Ibu Evi, the time is 10 minutes. If we have any spare time, we will have a question and answer session from the participant. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Ibu Evi to present her presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Haikal.
You can increase your voice.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haikal, to give us time to present our research. My name is Evi Susanti, and today I would like to presenting our research with the title Spatio-Temporal Analysis of Lead Pollution on Cirata Reservoir, West Java, Indonesia. As a background, the Cirata Reservoir is the most important freshwater reservoir in West Java, with the capacity 2,165 kilometers cubic and the average depth 35 meters. The Cirata Reservoir is in the middle of the Cascade Reservoir along the Citarum River and lies between Saguling and Jatiluhur Reservoir. The main function of this reservoir is to provide electric power to Java and Bali, but it also serves as a fishery, tourism, and a supply of drinking water. The climate is tropical and characterized by distinct wet and dry season. The rainy season runs from November to April, while the dry season occurs during May to October. The Citarum River is heavily polluted by industrial wastewater. There are around 2,500 industry in the basin, and also polluted by domestic sewage. The water quality is also influenced internally by human activity in the reservoir water, such as floating net cage. And the characteristics of the water quality in Cirata Reservoir is poor, referring to drinking water and the fishery standard. This poor water quality is exacerbated by the presence of the more developed aquaculture activity in Cirata compared to Saguling and Jatiluhur Reservoir. The objective of this research is to study about the spatial and temporal distribution of PB concentration in Cirata Reservoir using secondary data from the period 1996 to 2016. This is the map of the spatial distribution. Chirata Reservoir has two inlets. Chirata Reservoir has two inlets. Station 7, which is receive the water from Citarum River as outlet of Saguling, and the water from Cimeta River, and also inlet in Station 5, which is receive water from Cisokan River, and the water flow through the middle of the reservoir, which is in this section, in the station is the center of the floating cage net, and the water flow to the Station 3. We call this dangerous area, which is in this station forbidden to do the floating cage net activities. And Station 2 is the intake area for hydroelectric power plant, and the Station 1 is the outlet of the reservoir. Well, according to the average of PB concentration, PB concentration fluctuated from the inlet in Station 7, which is located in the confluences estuary between the Citarum River and the Cimeta River. In this location, there are settlements, rice field, and close to Sarimukti landfill. And from Station 7 to Station 4, trend tends to decrease the concentration of average PB, and the increase of PB concentration at Station 3 originated from Station 4 that carried to Station 3 with the flow, and also received the loading from Cilangkap River and loading from Ciramuman River, and also from the mobilization of the boat. And then in Station 4, PB observed originated from PB concentration input from the Cibalagung and Cikundur River into Station 4 and drift from this pallet. In the outlet of reservoir, PB concentration increased along the anthropogenic activity in Station 1. This is temporal distribution. Well, the pH tends to be alkaline, which this PB will be bond with the sulfide and carbonate ions to form PBS and PbCO3. PB also form complex bond with the inorganic compound such as chloride, and organic ligand as humic and fulvic acid. These complexes are the most stable form with a low solubility and easily deposit in sediment. This causes the PB concentration detected in surface water to be the smallest. During the 21 years of observation, the average of dissolved oxygen in each session showed a tendency to decrease. The increase of temperature caused the solubility of oxygen to decrease. By temporal distribution, PB was detected in reservoir water in years 2000 and fluctuated up to 10 times greater than the quality standard. And the concentration average in dry season was 19 microgram per liter, and in wet season 16 microgram per liter. For conclusion, the average of PB concentration in surface water in Chirata Reservoir in all stations was lower than the water quality standard, and the high concentration found in Station 7 in inlet and Station 3 that derive from Station 4 The temporal distribution of PB fluctuated and the PB concentration is greater in dry season than in wet season. For next research, we need data PB concentration in sediment to provide analysis of fate and transfer of PB in water and sediment. And the last, we like to thankful for Institute of Ecology at Pajajaran University for providing us the secondary monetary data for the Cirata Reservoir and also the core map for funding this publication. Maybe this is the last my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Efi, for very nice presentation. I know there might be some question from the participant. However, the time is just right on time. It's 16:30 or 4:30 now, based on the schedule. We will have about 10 minutes of breaks. Then we will continue with the poster session. So thank you very much for all of our oral presenter today. It's a very nice to see all of the updates, information, and the cutting edge research that you did in your fields. It's very good to have this sharing knowledge. So I'm on behalf of the committee would like to apologize if we have some mistake in here or there during this oral sessions. So hopefully to see you soon on the next 10 minutes. So I will off my camera. We will have a break for 10 minutes and then we will continue on 4:40 or 16:40 for the poster session. So see you soon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo Pak Isan.
Oke Pak Saiful Adhar.
How are you? Fine? Long time no see, okay?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the poster session. So, in the poster session, we will have a flash presenter from the presentation. Okay. Yes. So let me see. The first presenter for the poster session is Ibu Maria Ulfa. Hello, Ibu Maria. You hear me? Hello, Ibu Maria.
Yes,
Ibu
Pak
Maria.
Eka.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. So, wait a minute. I will try to find your poster presentation. Okay. Yeah, I will share screen your
Okay.
poster, and then we have only flash presentation. Okay, so you only have about 5 minutes. Let me share my screen first.
Okay.
Okay, Bu Maria. Yeah, please. The floor is yours.
Now, wait. Ita. Sorry, Mr. Hacker. My poster nomor satu lagi apa? Ya, another refresh. Sorry. Yang refresh 09TX. Oke, Pak Eka. No. I will share screen.
Okay, yeah. Just share screen. I will stop share screen from here. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You will can see my screen.
Not yet, but it's on working. It's working. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we can see
Yes.
your screen now. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Sorry, I'm for problems. Yeah. Thank you to Pak Haikal, with moderator, yeah, who giving has for to opportunity to present my research related to abundance of herbivore fish and corallivore fish in after and before coral bleaching in Sungai water Aceh Besar. Nah, this research is aims to find out the abundance of herbivore fish and corallivore fish in Sungai water before and after coral bleaching. Operation to find out the change of herbivore fish and corallivore fish community structure. This is research was conducted in 3 phases, namely in June 2016, October 2016, and February 2017. There are three locations of data collection: location of Indombale, Ahmad Tamanyang, and Lokme in Krung Raya Water, Aceh Besar. This data collect of reef fish diversity is done at depth of 3 to 6 meters by using visual census method and transactional. Based on the result of the study find 6 family, 17 genus, and 47 species are divided into fish, corallivore, and herbivore fish. The highest abundance of corallivore fish was found at the second station in October 2016, with a value of 509 individuals per hectare, and the lowest abundance of fish corallivore was found at station 3 in October 2060, with a value of 118.2. The highest abundance of herbivore fish was found at station 3 of February 217, with the value of 498 individual per hectare. Those are the result of my research, and thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Ibu Maria, for a very concise presentation. I think we don't have enough time for discussion, so we will continue on with the next presenter. Can you stop your screen? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eka.
So the next presenter is also you, Ibu Maria Ulfa. Is this? Is it?
Me? About that, my colleague in presentation.
Okay. Do you want to share screen again, or I will share my screen?
We will. Okay.
Afrita, or who is the? Is it Afrita will present? Okay, maybe Afrita can share your screen. You can unmute first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can start to share your screen.
Can you share my
poster? The previous one. Wait a minute. Let me see. Is this the one? Is this the one? No.
No. Maybe before Miss Maria. The first time you share.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know it. Okay, yeah, I got the presentation. Wait a minute. I want to share. Okay, so is this? Can you see the slide? Is this one?
I can't. Oh yeah.
This is the correct one?
Yeah.
Okay, so good. Yeah, so the time is 5 minutes. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Mr. Haikal as the moderator in our event today, and also my greeting to all participants. I'm Afrita Idoftami from Ocean Diving Club, Faculty of Marines and Fisheries, University Syah Kuala. Let me explain briefly a journal with a title Recruitment of hard coral after coral bleaching in Krung Raya Water Aceh Besar. The increase in temperature can cause coral bleaching phenomenon in theirs in anomaly in sea surface. Temperature 1 until 2 Celsius above the average summer temperature. Kurung Raya is location in Masjid Raya Subdistrict, Aceh Besar District, Aceh Province, Indonesia. It has 3 stations, which is our area where there are several distribution of coral reef ecosystem. This area is one of the northern coast of Aceh, which is affected by coral bleaching, so that it will affect the growth of coral reef due to global warming. Therefore, this research is vital to see how much impact coral bleaching has on coral reef recruitment in Kurung Raya water, Aceh Besar. This research was conducted in April 2017. This research was conducted using a systemic sampling method with the distance interval or each transect quadrat every 10 meters. The quadratic transect that was using its 1 by 1 squared meters with the repetition. The colonies record with coral recruit colonies measure small than 10 centimeter. Then analysis the abundance of data after coral bleaching that coral recruitment found 8 families and 13 genera is Acropora, Centenatic, Diplos astrea, Favia, Favites, Galaxea, Goniastrea, Helipora, Leptastrea, Mutastrea, Pavona, Poecilophora, and Pavites. The highest recruitment of coral in the water was Porites, and the last was Pavona, Leptastrea, and Chetanitis. That is all about the poster, and I hope it can benefit us all. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you for all your attention. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think it's just right on time. Afrita, thank you very much for your nice presentation. So we will continue on with our next presenter is Mulyari. Hello, Mulyari. Mulyari, hello. Or anyone? The co-author from Mulyari, is it Padia?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Please make sure you don't have any other device, so the voice is not zoomed out. Okay. So I will try to check either or not I have your presentation. Okay, I have your presentation. Wait a minute. Yeah. So I can share the screen. Yes. This is your presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Fadia, your time is 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haikal, as moderator today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fadia Zara. I'm from Australian Diving Club, Marine Science 218, Faculty of Marine and Fisheries, University Syah Kuala Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Okay, let me present for you the result of research with title journal The Change of Coral Cover in Ujung Pancu Waters, Pekanbadak Subdistrict, Aceh Besar District. The coral reef ecosystem is one of the most productive ecosystem on Earth with great ecology function. So, this study aims to determine the condition of coral reef for the last 3 years in Ujung Pancu Water, Pekanbadak District, Aceh Besar District. The method used is point intercept in transect or PIT with a length of 20 meters, transect with 4 repetition. And then the result showed percentage of hard coral covered in Ujung Panci waters decreased from good category 50.31% in 2017 to moderate 47.81% in 2019. The percentage with the highest coral cover was at Ketapang station of 72.81% in 2018, while the lowest coral cover was at Tuan Island station 50.94% in 2017. The composition of the coral genus for also decreased from 12 coral genera 2017 to 9 coral genera 2019. And the composition of the coral genus in 2017 consisted of 11 genera of coral, namely Acantastrea, Acropora, Euphilia, Phaetes, Nia, Heliopora, Milepora, Montipora, Pochipora, Podabachia, and Corites. Furthermore, in 2018, the composition of the coral genus increased to 14 genera. The genus found was the same as the previous year, but there were 7 newly discovered genera, namely Alveopora, Cetenatis, Echinophilia, Echinopora, Hypnopora, Psamopora, and Sandalolita. Whereas in 2019, the composition of the coral genus was reduced to 9 genera. The genus found was also the same as the previous year. However, there were 2 new coral genera discovery in 2019, namely Montastrea and Pavona. Overly, during the three years of observation, the dominant coral genus was Acropora.
Okay, Fadia. I think
Attention.
you can go to the conclusion. You already finished. Your time is up. Yeah, your time is over.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Mas.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, we are very limited on time, so now we continue on with Pak Syahrul Gunawan. Hello, Pak Syahrul Gunawan, are you here?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, yeah, Pak Syahrul is already here, so I will try to share the slide for Pak Syahrul. Wait a minute. Okay, wait, let me see, where is it? Okay, wait a minute, Pak Syahrul. We have your slide with me. Need to open the slide first. Okay. So, wait, yeah. Oh, okay, not yet. Wait a minute. Syahrul presentation. Okay.
Is it possible to open it?
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, Pak Syahrul, you have 5 minutes of presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haikal, our handsome moderator of Icfaes 2021. Okay, let me deliver this briefly. We have research about floating macro marine debris trends in the Banda Aceh estuary environment. This is our research with Bang Koko from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries at Padang, West Sumatra. Let me introduce some background from this research. We know there are many human population, especially in Indonesia, who live in the coastal area, and then this led to the speculation that the potential of for population of marine debris caused by human activities who living around coastal area. And as we all know that the existence of plastic waste disrupt ecosystem and can be very dangerous for some of marine biota. The presence of plastic waste is also will affect the economy for the tourism and recreation, or will degrade fresh water resource and reduce the catch of fishermen. The waste problem in Indonesia is certainly closely related to the research published by Jambek. As we know, Jambek published that the data that Indonesia is the second higher rank who produce plastic waste into the ocean. And after that, many studies in Indonesia also triggered this is in positive manner. We are triggered by the claim that mentioned by Jambek, which state that Indonesia was the second contributor to the plastic waste in the world after China. For this reason, currently many researchers and agencies are starting intensively conduct research on marine debris in various Indonesian waters. And now we previously studied in Banda Aceh, and we know Banda Aceh located in northern tip of Sumatra, located in the western of Indonesia, conjunction with the Indian Ocean, Andaman Sea, Malacca Strait, and the position of Indonesia, Banda Aceh in Indonesia is very strategic to research of marine debris. So for the reason, I from educational institution at UNSIA and my friend Koko Ndara from Ministry Marine Affairs and Fisheries have collaborated to conduct research related to the presence of marine debris around Banda Aceh waters. The data collection is taken at 2nd March to 4th March 2019, and the second period is April 29th to 2nd May 2019. We have collected data on water Krung Aceh rivers. The location showed in the red dot, and at the end of Krung Aceh rivers, we are using traditional traditional boat fish, with equipped by garbage trap. In this study, we use what we say this tidal data to collect the garbage. We found that 6 times of high tide and 7 times of low tide condition for the first data collection. And the data we collect that most of waste that we found are is plastic, plastic near to 90%, and only 1% is rubber. Clothes is 7.6%, and also we found wood at near to 1%. And this at the second data collection, Next, Mr. Hekal, please. At the second data collection, also we found that plastic as the dominant waste, but we didn't find the wood. We just found rubber, metal, and clothes. Okay. The conclusion, jump to the conclusion, plastic type of marine debris dominate in the Krung Aceh with the percentage above 90% or near to 90%. The highest volume, we also correlated it with human activity, and the highest waste occur at 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., where at the time the community activity was observed to be high. Thank you, Mr. Haikal.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sharul. It's very timely presentation, but we don't have enough time for question and answer. Thank you very much. Very nice.
Thank you, Mr. Haikal.
To have your presentation. So I will be the last presenter in this session. I will open my poster. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will present about my research recently. Okay. I will share screen. Yeah. The title of presentation for my presentation is current status of the small-scale fisheries and its resource at Pekanbadak coastal area in Aceh Province, Indonesia. So the aim that in the abstract, I mentioned that the coastal region around the world is in response to the significant change from the environment impacted by natural and anthropogenic sources. Such a significant change could be observed in the coastal region where it had been experienced a natural disaster, climate change, and socio-economic shifts locally and regionally. The Pekanbadak coastal area in Aceh Province, which is located at the edge of the Aceh Province here in the corner, beach corner of Banda Aceh, had experienced all of these features. Thus, studying this region will give a new perspective and highlight the status of the small-scale fisheries and the governing marine fisheries resources. So to estimate this kind of problem, we applied the Rapid Appraisal of Fisheries Management System, or RAFMS, to estimate the fisheries resources and their biological and physical attribute, market pattern, and main coastal problem facing by the community. The studies that we are conducting using RAFMS, we create numerous topics of questions, which is listed in this table. And from those questions, we interview the respondents. So the material and method shown here, we choose the study sites, go for the data collection, and then observe the respondent participation, and then the appraisal procedure, and then the validation. So after we gather the data from the stakeholder, then we analyze those data, and then we make summarize by validation with the community, and then we resulted in this figure 1, where we can see that the blue is represent the fishing ground location when it's northeast monsoon, and the green is the location of the fishing ground when it's southwest monsoon. If we see the fishermen at this location at the Lam Tengah village, or Lam Tengah and Lam Awi village at Pekanbadak subdistrict, they operate their fishing gear, or they went to fishing in different season at different places. And the brown color here indicate where they usually can catch a shark. So we particularly marked down on the map that they find the shark usually here. And some orange bits of color here is represent for the near coastal rumpon. A rumpon means as a fish house where they deploy some artificial material within the water column and then wait for the fish to come and gather in that place. So with this rumpon, it's much easier for the fishermen to try to catch the fish. Then there is a numerous problems that we can identify in the Lam Tengok and Lam Awi village. Most of them relate to the change of the coastal environment because of the natural disaster in 26 December 2004, where this place is highly impacted by the tsunami, such as this mangrove forest area close to the beach was removed out from its location due to the tsunami disaster. And the other problem that we saw most occurrence in the location is about the sanitation and waste. So this occur along of the coastal region. So in the conclusion that the research revealed that the status of the fisheries and marine resource at the study sites were highly impacted by the natural disaster, such as the tsunami event in 26 December 2004. It resulted in significant perturbation to the capture fisheries production, which indicate a smaller amount of catch after the disaster event, and indication to the overfishing is also considerable since there was no significant change in the fishing ground location throughout the time. The market pattern follows the production. The fishermen will sell their catch at the larger fishing ports on the region. The major coastal problem currently faced by the community is the sanitation and waste management. The government officials should help the local residents providing waste management services as well as monitoring or assistance about waste management to the local residents. So it's about time. So now I will continue on for the last slide that I have. I have another presentation, and then it's a wrap up for the room number 2. Okay, this one I will just quickly share with you guys. So the second paper that I present here is about conservation impact from Lam Tengok village, lesson learned from Aceh coastal area. Well, I want to highlight that it's a similar approach, a similar procedure as we applied in the previous section. In this section, we try to enhance which policies that being applied by the local institution of fishermen. So as we know that in Indonesia, we have a lot of the traditional management system. So in Aceh province, we call it Panglima Laut. In the Maluku, we call the Sasi Laut. In Awik in northern Lombok, and some other places. So these customary traditional institutions have been established for more than a centuries. So there have a lot of policies relate to the marine resources in their concerning region. So from the RIFMS, the Rapid Appraisal Fisheries Management System, we could find that the conservation practices being performed by the Panglima Laut at this location were time and area-based restriction in engagement to the marine resource by the fishermen, as well as restriction to catch particular marine species. The practices for time-based restriction are the same for surrounding Aceh coastal area, such as 1, no fishing activities in each Friday. 2, no fishing activities during Islamic religious day. And 3, no fishing activities commemorates the tsunami every 26 December for whole year. These time-based restrictions are practices at the entire coastal region in Aceh province. Those with a long coastline The no fishing activities for all time-based restriction made a huge conservation practices and its contribution for the region. The area-based restriction were established to several levels of fishing practices. Those levels, such as restriction to not fishing at all costs in an area, ban or restriction on type of fishing gear, and a modest adjustable restriction in fishing gear at a particular area. Such a region is shown by the red line in figure 1, shown here. You can see the red line where this is the location with restriction to fishing for the local fishermen. So such a region is shown by the red line in figure 1, indicate the establishment of marine protected area or MPA in this region. As seen in figure 1, some fraction of the MPA are intersects with the fishing location. We see they are colliding and overlying between one and the other. The Panglima Laut explained that in some cases, the fishermen observe the school of fish, then they deploy their net or their fishing gear at those regions. The validation step indicates that the intersect region area are small and they only catch at those places sometimes as they are lucky to find a school of fish. So in the conclusion, it is concluded that the Panglima Laut at Lam Tengok village at this region has successfully applied a tangible policy to improve the conservation in the region. The area and time-based restriction as well as the ban on fishing some particular marine species are implemented by the Panglima Laut and was found effective, such as the construction of mini room ponds as well as encourage an alternative livelihood for the fisherman family is among the key success being performed by the Panglima Laut at this village. Those similar practices could be applied elsewhere along the Indonesian coastline and around the world. So that's it for presentation today. I just right on time for this presentation. So this is a wrap up of the room number 2. We already have oral presentation earlier, and then we already finished the poster session. So I would like to draw your attention to join our closing ceremony. The link is already sent out to your WhatsApp account or WhatsApp group from this conference, as well as the previous link. Oh, this one, yeah, it's already being here on the chat room. So thank you very much for joining us in our room. There's a lot of discussion happening here. We are thankful for everyone. Stay safe and keep healthy. See you in the closing ceremony. Please join now in the closing ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.